Cool. Okay. Welcome in. Um, hmm. I hate when there's a Windows update because for some reason it screws up everything everywhere all over my computer. So, yeah. I just basically read through the foreword of this. Thanks for making me aware, Queen. I wasn't uh But yeah, I just read through this. Basically, this the forward is explaining that there are so many different versions of the Blackbridge story that it felt that it's basically impossible to write down a version that encompasses all the versions. So the author of this specific book has said has acknowledged this and has said, "This is the one that feels most authentic to me. The one that that his grandmother had told him as a boy." My day's been good. Um, Granted, I had a rough time getting to sleep, and as such, I didn't wake up until about an hour ago. But still, yeah. I had to quickly unload the dishwasher and get my lunch sorted. But hey, I'm on time. I'm ready. So, yes, we're not in game. Let's move on to the next page. Part 1. The Berry Picker of from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often valued their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, highway robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost two brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardship would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glistening equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, the notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying about being without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. Hmm. Next one down. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments of in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with a gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by two beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy he pulled up the reins with such effort, with such effect that the noble steeds slid to a sudden halt with a precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought to not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expression on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed facile. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Some you say you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." "Hello, Jonah T. Welcome in." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them. I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jasper had traveled. And while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have travelled much further for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself." Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. Even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at that moment his fingers touched the first berry. The dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes, and for that taste I will And for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had grown stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable to or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a locked box in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands. A concession, I assure you, of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no locked box, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed a passage in this vehicle. This all confirmed that what Jasper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not in a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that his observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat. A large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, two observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all four sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, The box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock, and will not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing him from his independent position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when the lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the manor, hoping to find explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you were cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what? You mumbling a janitor? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. One pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had of course heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past. But now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul. To say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days. Maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here, beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could very well not be real? No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now. Take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb that to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him. The answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4, perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value. But the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great of chance. And so after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins, and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of the destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses, seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. My goodness, I forgot how long it takes me to read things. But that is chapter 1 done. And with that having been completed reading, I shall actually move on to doing some runs of blueprints. Here we go. Now then, we're up to day 44. I appreciate you finding it calming, Queen. Day 44. 44, keeping track of dates. We're up 5 days away from Christmas in game. Ooh, nice, Queen. Okay, first things first. Grab this and pick it. We're gonna start picking these rooms before. Glad I got it up. Before we make it, and before we head out and pick the room. Have you? Yes, I have heard of the movie Hercules. I haven't gotten to watch it though, and such a privilege to have gotten this. Okay, now we head out and picked out a room. We haven't got any blessings right now. Oh, need to focus. Okay, let's see. Okay, we haven't got the option for the shrine today. I could get a gem and be protected from 3 bedrooms if I pick shelter. Good. Oh, heck yeah. Nice. I need to listen to the songs of Hercules so I know what song that is. I just realized that there's something wrong with the scaling. There we go. Okay. Okay, so here we could get some additional starting money. Heck yeah, I look forward to hearing it. I've only gotten Root Cellar once, so I'm gonna get it again. Because there would not be surprised if there's the possibility of getting the shovel in here. But also, figuring this out. Okay, so we're the daughter of Mary Espin. No, not daughter, son. There. Not me accidentally transposing me being trans onto Simon, the character. We're the son of Mary Espin. Who? So 1, 2, 3, and then these two are the children of Thomas Sinclair and Orvale. And it's hard to read this family tree. We already have it as a picture, as a screenshot, thankfully. But trying to figure that out is going to be difficult. Let us return to the house. Or were you talking about the movie Hercules Queen? Okay, so first things first. All these. And get those up. Over here. Keycard system. Keycards. Level high. And change offline mode to unlocked. Back. There's a gem in the den, which we know, so exit. Okay, we are, however, over here, so let's get these. Ooh. A free corner here. If I get this now, I'm getting this now because this is a lot of gems right off the bat. What if we get more green rooms? However, green rooms currently cost gems, so can't do that. I like the street lamps. Okay, so what shall I get here? Pantry. Let's get steps. Ooh, okay. Can't afford you, so I'm gonna get this one here because it's a dead end and everything else was not actually going to be of benefit. Sweet, there are dig spots in here, taking note of that. So if I find the shovel, come back here. I got the 2 keys, I got the gem, and I got the coin. We come over here now. Let's start with the corner. Ooh. Haven't gotten the parlor in a while. Actually, no, the parlor is the one we usually get. It's the billiard room that's the problem, and that we haven't been getting recently. U. Because that means gems back in the greenhouse nursery. Okay, let's pick this up. Two of the top statements are true. Only one bottom statement is true. Okay, so if both of these are true, it means only one of the top statement is true and none of the bottom statements are. The gems are in a box with a true top statement. So either this one or the black one. The gems are in a box with a false bottom statement. If that one is completely true, that means it's a true bottom statement, which means it would be the black box. Two of the top statements are false. Only one bottom statement is false. I'm going with this. I'm going to go black because the blue is basically just the inverse, and thus it's completely false. Just a moment. My Discord updated. My Discord updated a while ago, yesterday, and since then, I've been having to redo all of the settings for some reason. So, let's go overlay, turn it off, skip. Just turn overlay off entirely, so that I'm not having things pop up and worrying that they are visible on screen. Anyways, back to here. Let's head up here. Okay. I'm gonna get the commissary because it could get us items, and it's one of the few ones that it's fine to. We're buying this place out. Actually, salt shaker, an additional step. Yes, because we've been getting a lot of stuff that is causing dead ends. Did it destroy? Heck yeah, nice. Heck yeah for doing the for the destroy the ship. You're really getting your confidence with that. Look. I may actually hold off on doing more digging until I've got the laboratory, because then if there's an experiment that is triggered by digging today, I'd have a whole heap of stuff. I need to start branching out. Let's go here first. Ooh, I'm not liking that I'm not getting anything that leads here. However, I like the ability to combine the inventory items. It's broken never today. I don't have the battery. Let's see. I want to get the library first. I want to pick which room I get. Green. Nothing on the other side. Okay. This is the only one that follows through. So I'm gonna spend the 3 gems here as well as... wrong button. Thank you. You and you. Why do I get the feeling if I place this room in the right spot, there will be a whole heap of gems here? That needs to dead. There's nothing here. Okay. This has gotten me back over to here, and thankfully I have that gem. Ooh, but green rooms not costing gems would actually be good. We are getting gem starved, though. Wait, hang on. Raise your locker with each green room you drafted from this cloister. Oh, okay. That's fair. Stompy is rough. You have done destroy with Stompy before, but I assume you've started trying to do normal difficulty ones. We do backtracks. Let's hopefully branch. This one is feeling you open. Give me stuff. Rerolls. Okay, I'm desperately needing rerolls, honestly. There's a lot of dig spots in here. Need to remember that. I'm not going up. I need an option that is... This does both, honestly. This is better. And I'm fine with losing coins. Anything to collect? Yes, there's coins over here. So, that's it. This entrance and the next entrance into here, that has been paid for. Open. Okay. I need something that branches down as well, so I am going to... Nope. Give me something. Was worth a shot. So that's 3 rooms blocked off, but that means I also get the king. Oh, great, now I need to get the vault. Okay, so I'm just gonna count. Okay, so there one... How many different types of people there are? So 1, 2, 3. So 3, and the queen is 4. Okay, so we have got 2 mustaches, a handlebar, and 2 counts. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's go. Queen is... Okay, so looking at this, there's 1 queen, so 1. I'd say, I'm going to be pulling up my notes to decide for a moment. Where is... It isn't the... Trying to remember the name of the room. for you. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so handlebar is Baron Thomas Sinclair. And the mustache is Baron Edwin Sinclair. Count. Hmm. Count Isaac Gates. Okay, wait, hang on. March for count. Does that mean that the count is the dating system is month and then day? So 12. Nope. Okay. Let's think this through a bit more than just trying random numbers. Okay, so thinking about the family tree, so I'm gonna need to also have up where is the outer rooms folder? Outer rooms. Oh wait, here it is. Family tree. Open a new tab. Have it over here. Or more accurately, it needs to be on the same window so that it's actually the same size. Okay, so looking at the people on here. Okay, so let's see. Edwin Sinclair. There isn't an Edwin Sinclair on the family tree that's visible, so I don't know where he goes. Um. Okay, so Flight of the Queen, March and Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Okay, Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Counts, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Had a little trouble reading the Barons' writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be hearings or herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. Okay. That means we don't have There isn't a major in the family tree, is there? Manors. One. Count. Baron. Queen. Oh, major. We do have a major. He's the fourth. Four. So if this might be four, even though he's not here. Passing of the barons. Fall of the Lord. There's only one lord in the family, and that is William Espen. His bust isn't in here though. Okay, one, two. Two regular mustaches, which are... There's two Baron Edwin. Yeah, my brain's still not I'm still not figuring this out. Um. That just read just read your comments, Queen, because I wasn't able to see them while I was looking at the notes. But yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm gonna get dining room here because that leaves options open. But I'm also coming around here already. Because I'm hoping for the mirror room. Gift shop. I think I sold this place out. I don't know, but it is the only one that provides options for doorways. Let's see. Ah. Oh boy. Okay. So something tells me it's because I bought and read that in the book for the Black Bridge. Because that was not there before. You open. Give me something that... Yes. This is the only one that I can afford. It provides a key anyways. And it also gets me food. But it also gets me a magnifying glass, which is great. Yeah, pinch points, pinch points. Yeah, places where he's just able to just stay and completely stop you from making any sort of progress is rough. Let's hope this gives an option that goes down. Yes. I need to backtrack anyways. Step in. Step out. Ah, 1 minute until ads begin. In which case, I will quickly grab both of these to replenish steps. Let's see, what is trophy room? I'm not getting that many gems. Let's see. Key, open. Courtyard. This keeps me going up even though I lose out on a room. And haha. Gem, thank you. Smash. Open. Jeez. Heck yes. Okay, gonna wait. Everyone should get up and stretch their legs, get themselves something to drink. Have something to eat as well. I'm be right back myself real quick, cause making a quick bio break. I forgot I muted. I'm back. Um, I realized it's poetic here that we got the cursed coffers in the gift shop, and we hadn't encountered the gift shop until we'd read the first part of the Blackbridge book, because I read that in my notes app in Obsidian, not in game. The game already had it registered that I'd read that book, but still wouldn't give me it until I'd actually read that chapter. So, oh boy, this is gonna be interesting. And when we eventually open it, please give me something. rerolls and a gem. Ah, nice. You and you. Okay. So let's open. Ooh. This adds more rooms, however. I'm going with this one. Because this means I can queue up something and it paid for itself. Okay, so looking at my notes so that I know which books I've already read. Library open. Okay, so I've read a new clue. I've got Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I've read Drafting a Strategy Volume 3. I've read this one. I've read Realm and Rune. I've read Swimbird. I've started reading The Curse of Blackbridge. I'm more meaning in terms of getting screenshots. And I've read both of these. So that leaves these two. And I've read Fix the Stars. I've read the Fix the Stars at the observatory instead of here. So it's legitimately just these two that are left. Let's go for volume 4. Also, let's actually check to see what data we have on runs thus far. The average time I spend is in 4 days is about half an hour. Longest stay is an hour and a half. Oh boy. Let's see. Steps. Okay. Let's get nothing interesting over here. Do. Okay, scrapbook. First item checked. Of course, it's that. Top 3 checked items: Vault Key, 149, Dowsing Rod, and Sledgehammer. My favorite floor plans: Conference Room. Most drafted: Parlor, Den, and then Courtyard. Most paid for: Courtyard, Passageway, and then Commissary. And most time spent in: Security, Drawing Room, and Parlor. Unsurprised. Okay, so we have these getting documented here. That's good to know. Use that for everything that I know it can be used for. I forget what the electromagnet does. No, electromagnet attracts things. It tracks keys and coins to us, if I'm not mistaken, when we enter the room. Detect the shovel. Increases chances to dig up keys and coins. Dowsing rod points us towards rooms that are likely to have items, more items than usual. Used to smash through walls. And I forget what Lucky Rabbit's Foot and Coin Purse do together. Largest purchase swim trunks. Stamps. Wait a minute, hang on. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to start I'm gonna have to start it. I have to go back through and click on the stamps of all the letters that have them. Am I? Okay, so I'm backtracking to... I have to turn on the lights in the dark room. I missed the coin person here. Cool. Noted that that can be there. Okay, same number of steps either way. I do think I'm going to, that the run is going to end shortly, just going off of intuition. Because we have the compass, which causes the rooms to be wanting to point up, which means when heading down, we're more likely to get dead ends. So we're not gonna have all that much luck when it comes to the dark room. I did not realize we could look at the postcards. 1:30. White. Okay. Wish you were here. Love that it gives us a way of looking at all this art. Merry Christmas. Stay safe this holiday season. I give up. I'm stumped. Okay, so this is just a bunch of hints. Interesting. Can't reach any of those ones. Okay, wait, hang on. That means there's something to do with this one. What a... Okay, I'm gonna need to have a look at that book again in the future. Well, actually, look at the contents of it. I forget whether I picked up... I haven't picked up the book never. Whoops. Key card. Okay, so now it doesn't really matter if I have the power on for the O's or not. Have to. Or I'm not risking it. If it gives me an option where I can progress, I'm gonna take it. But this also means I can do that. Let's also just quickly check. No coins, keys anywhere, right? Yep. Okay, what's on the menu over here? Bacon and eggs. I want the morning room added. 15 steps. I'm gonna hold off and hope that I get more coins. Use. Okay, let's see. This gets me gems. Oh, no, it gets me coins, gems, and a special key, which I'm on rank 7. It would be, I'd only be able to use it when going up to rank 8. So use the regular key. Morning room. Tomorrow you'll start with 2 additional gems. Adds 2 gems. Ah! Well, it gives a way up. I need a way to go down as well. No. Well, okay, my choice has been made. We have all of this unavailable to us. Actually, wait, I just realized. No, it isn't. We have the key card. Nothing secret on that one. Open. Laboratory. I knew it was a good idea to hold off on digging. You. I can make the power sledge. And if I get code check, I can code check it. Okay, enter. Let's start an experiment. Okay. Gain 3 gold for each bedroom in your house. Those won't change. However, how many bedrooms have we got? 2, that will just be... So we have 2. I forget. Gain 3 gold, so that would be 6 gold. That's not worth it. That's not a permanent thing. Let's gain a star. Let's just immediately gain a star. I didn't look through the telescope. Start experiment. I'll have to do that on my way back down. Drawing room. That is good. Okay, and so we have access to 2 out of the 3 entrances to the antechamber. You don't work from this angle, do you? Nope. Okay, so we've also completely filled out rank 8, which means can't use that key full stop. Dang it. Okay, Okay, cool. So I'm taking the long route. You. Get me the club sandwich. Because this is going to be a lot of walking. Oh, and actually, banana as well. You down here. I forgot to look through the telescope again. Oh well. I got an additional star anyways. That was a step wasted. My bad. That was 2 steps wasted actually. I should be digging as well. Because the lab experiment doesn't utilize it. Key. Okay, I may go back up first. 2 keys. Okay, that is good. I've not got the steps to spare right now. Let's see. Anywhere to dig in here? No, let's grab the broken lever. And the power sledge is always good to have on hand. Especially since we could still draft the greenhouse. additional gem. Good. 7 steps. Okay, we are replenishing steps, which means we will be able to make another journey back into the house. First things first. Let's actually come over here, because we've drafted a number of green rooms. Let's get a gem. Fantastic. We have 11 gems, which is great. Okay. Nothing hidden in the for the oh wait, hang on. Root cellar, let's go do a whole heap of digging. Yeah. Just all this empty space. It's gonna get filled up, don't worry, but still. Oh, this counts as a green room. Ooh, I'm glad I came out here then. I have 12 I have 12 gems. More steps, thank goodness. Okay. Let's see. Orchard, yep, and that is all the dig spots in here, which means let's go and take the sneaky way into the foundation. Can't head down there because, if I'm not mistaken, there's water. Yep, there's water right down to there. Bum 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 bum. Do doop do doop. Open you up. Oh, I need to. Oh, I don't need the keycard if I turn off the keycard system. Excellent. But anyways. First things first. Dig. Another key, that's good. And there's a third dig spot over here. Excellent. Okay. I will keep in mind that when the keycard system is off, I don't need the keycard to be able to get into here through the back way. Billiard room. Because that will give keys. You. Give me something. Morning room. Sweet. I'm fine with that. Oh, there's a trunk in here. Nope. Okay, all dig spots done. Oh, upgrade disc. How did I... I've been in this room before. How have I missed an upgrade disc? Let's... You. Regular key. I was hoping this would be the mirror room, but that is fine. So, boiler room. Right now, there isn't really anywhere here I'd want to have power. However, it ensures I get up here. Let's come down here and dig. Digging. Seven steps. I'm glad we're getting steps replenished this way. Diggy, diggy hole, yeah. And an old can. Let's see, nowhere else to dig. No more diggy dig. Okay. Now what? Just for the sake of it. You. Passageway ensures I get both of these. I could get clock tower in either of the other two locations, so I'm just going to do that. Let's go get these corners. Planetarium. Wish I had the telescope, checking everywhere for places to dig, just in case. Nope. And now over here, use a key. Yep. Because this will make getting back down to the front a whole lot cheaper. In terms of steps. Can't get into that right now. Let's get these last two rooms after I dig. Nope, nothing. Okay, no. Just checking for gems. Or keys that are... or coins. Coins, not so much of a worry. As I said, clock tower. That's the same time that is visible on the clock in the picture that we magnified. So something about that time is of importance. We're about to get the last room that's available over here. However, we could get a special key. Okay, so 7 minus 3, so 4 times 10 equals 40. Divide 2, 20. 2 minus. Hang on. Where is it? Where is. Not you, not you. It might be in classrooms. Okay, no. Where is it? Sheet music, no. Security footage, no. No to that. No to paintings. No to maps. Math. Color math. I don't know where you are. Where are you? Okay, you're in manor rooms in the billiard room. Okay. Color math. There we are. Where are you located? You're also in the billiard room, and I just completely forgot you. Okay, so yellow is subtraction, pink is multiplication, which means different order of operations now. It's no longer the rings are the specific colors, it's just obey the colors. Okay, so 2 times 8 is 16. Minus 15, 1. Okay, 2 times 10, so 20. Minus 12, so 8. There we go. Just an additional 2 keys, oh well. Last room for over here. Let's just get an additional few steps and an additional gem. Okay, that's always good. Okay. I'm not taking the elevator. For we have a route with the fewest steps. Where did I put the morning room? It was just 2 down from me. Yeah, oh well. Hey, hey, it's Ophelia Cos. Welcome in. Okay, so route up is then straight up, and okay, this is gonna be windy. It's going all right. Trying not to get turned around. How are things going for you? Yes, I need to go into here, down, over, across. Actually, remember to look in this thing now. Gems, keys, and apples. I didn't need to go get keys anyway. Has anything been spread since? Nope. Haven't gotten any spreading rooms. Open up. Okay, so this is the last room. We are going to go with bunk rooms. Hello, little guy. Coins today, okay. Anything I could have missed in here? Trophies. Just realized that's a gun. Oh, hang on, wait. Nope, need those. Bingo. Okay, so let's have a look. What rooms have I got? Okay, needing to have a look at the chess puzzles and notes. Chess pieces. Okay, so the ones I can check off right now. We have the reading nook. So that's so we have a rook. Queen. We don't have the study or her ladyship's chambers, which are the only two that we know have the queen, which means we can't complete the puzzle. Cool. Let's head down because I need to use the upgrade disk at the computer. But we also need to head back to the clock tower again. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. How's your day been going, by the way, Ophelia? You. Give me upgrades to a room. Mail. Ooh. How does this get upgraded? Okay. Same day delivery. The package will be delivered here after you reach rank 6. No contact delivery. The package will be dropped off on the entrance steps the day after drafting this room. And freight shipping. A very large package will be delivered here 3 days after drafting this room. Ooh. These two speed things up. But this one has more impact. I'm gonna say this one. Because honestly, getting a whole heap of items is a lot more important. I don't think that clock's moving. No, it is, and we've just missed the time that I think the clocks have been making us aware of. Come in, head down one. Clock tower is here. Let's head up. We are very light on steps right now. An additional 2 coins. Already know there's a book up here. I think yes. Okay, let's just quickly get a look from above. Which hand needs to be where? Okay, so small hand needs to be in. Small hand will need to be pointing up there, which means we've missed the time. I think. I will say, I could. Something we could do. Hmm. Okay, I have a thought on what to do right now. Um. Seeing as. Oh boy. Seeing as. Just. I'm sorry. Why? Hmm. Let me move this how I want to move it. Stop moving. When did I accidentally hit mute? Hey, Ophelia. Thanks for letting me know, Chester. I don't know when I accidentally hit mute. That's gonna be fun to figure out later on in the recording. Wait. Then, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna quickly find out, because that's happened a couple times now. Hotkeys. Mute. What have I got to... No, I do not... Okay, so going through all the mutes. I don't think I have a hotkey that should be muting anything. Okay, found my problem. There, it should be fixed now. But what the heck? I don't remember having that set up that way. Well, at least that's fixed. Thanks for making me aware of that, Chestnut. Now, Ophelia, if you're still here, I hope you're doing I hope you're doing good. Actually, wait. I need to figure out which of these keys, um, on my keyboard it was setting that off. Cause let's come up here and at least. Okay, so we're at the time. Wait a minute. Hang on. These ones are all moving, and this is the one that's locked in place. Ooh, even more hinting at. Okay. So that is the time we're needing. We're just gonna sit here and watch this clock for a while. I'm gonna be reading through more of. Let's move this over here. Where did I move? Notes. Here we are. Let's grow this a little bit to there. I'm going to be reading through more of the Blackbridge Curse while we wait, because we may be here for a while. Okay, so I had just finished. I'd finished up to part 2. This is where we were up to. But actually, okay, wait. I know. I'm just gonna quickly find out why things were set up that way. Okay, no, it wasn't that one that was setting it off. Okay. That was my fault. I accidentally double keybound something. Duly noted. It's no longer bounded to mute, since I've designated it to something else that I can't be bothered undoing. Anyways. On to reading while we wait for time to pass in game. We are likely going to run. If I had to guess, we've already missed the time that it's supposed to become. It's supposed to be for the clock tower, and we will be forced to end the day early. Or maybe end the day. However, getting given a chance to actually make some progress while in 2 formats is great. So, on to. Let's do that. And You know what? Actually, let's just get all of these into here so I can just use the arrows. There we go. Okay, now that I have everything set up properly, let's get to reading. Part 2, Below the Black Bridge. Miller woke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have would have the cheek to awaken her in such an ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered she was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed the bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver into the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Vavia was already posted. She waved and Vavia waved back, calling out to each other as was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Vavia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Vavia and nodded and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Vavia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Vavia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing it onto Vavia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy for of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Vavia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt she had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cabin as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains. The overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. to the city-faring travelers of the realm. The bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flatter on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up her two bent fingers. A few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform. Long grey coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler impending passage across the bridge. Information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Black Guard was nearby. The men had hardly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expressions. They did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead, the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel. They heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats amongst stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had nocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing towards the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry, Before she even finished processing the thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain. Yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. Gonna pause for those who may be stuck in ads. Oh boy. This this very much just feels like the curse is going to get him killed, even though he didn't. It's not taken his full 12 steps. You can't game the system. Now, everyone who is here, I recommend getting up and stretching your legs. Hmm. Ah. Hmm. 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 Da, 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 da. Hmm. 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 Welcome back, everyone, from the ads. Ah, okay. I'm just quickly checking some things on the back end, just to be sure of some things. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Okay. Back to reading. A third hour was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Hart Slasher, led the others cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in a customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow plunged protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move. The way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whisper. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. There was what was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intensive voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. The growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Oof. And that's where that ends. That's where that story ends. My goodness, that is a morbid story. Okay, that doesn't really help on figuring out the password to the admin terminal in Blackbridge Grotto. In which case, let's get to reading through. Let's get to reading through this. The sigil. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbol and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things: the core, the dividing lines, rays, the moats, and the borders. The core. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind the name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step. In deciphering any sigil, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we are describing. 7 example cores taken from well-known sigils: Orinda Aries, Fen Aries, Iraja, Kororika, Arch Aries. These 2 I know for certain we have to figure out already. I think we may have mountains as well. I'm not entirely sure what the other sigil is. So, the rays. Spouting forth from the core will come several dividing lines, splitting the sigil into pieces. From one sigil to another, the rays will often differ in number, style, and form. Studying the difference in these lines will immediately reveal several things about the realm. Transportation, the number of rays. Counting the number of dividing lines in a sigil will reveal to us what method of transportation was prevalent in a realm. Where were they a seaside kingdom that relied on ships or a desert domain that might have employed camels to cross the sandy expanses of their lands? Naval capabilities, ship routes. Okay, so 8 is naval capable places. Across is roads, streets, and carriages. Full horizontal with the 2 diagonals below is horseback. Train system is a Y. A sunrise is aviation, so flight. Just horizontal is camels, and the one that makes it look like a turtle is turtleback travel. What? Somewhere travels by turtles? That is insane. Okay. The style of the rays determines the weather. Straight black lines indicate lack of unusual or harsh weather and normal temperatures. Foggy has lines at the very end that make it kind of like a power line. Wavy means it's a hot area. a um three per three parallel lines to make a thick line is a rainy region. For storms, the lines are jagged. A very dotted with the falling circles is cold. And windy is curved, so would wind up looking like a spiral if I had to guess. I'm sorry. Okay, so it bugged for a moment there. The core, the rays, weather. Okay, moats. Okay, on each sigil, floating between the rays, are small figures called moats. From the shape and style of the moats used on a sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed. If they considered themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. Okay, so tribal is a star with a slash through it. Agriculture is what looks like a seed. Martial, so military, is basically fangs. Metropolitan is a very, very simple depiction of a skyscraper or some tall tower. Academic is 3 lines. Industrial is a box with a dot in it. Spiritual is a circle with a cross and dots in each quadrant. And poetic is flowers. The border. Around each sigil is an adorned edge serving as a container for the information within. There are 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. These borders also always consider to the banner and correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. Okay, white is small circles and is small circles. Black is large dots and small dots. Red is basically lightning going at an angle. Violet is walls and is horizontal and vertical lines. Pink is similar, but it is a box zigzag. Green is just slashes. Yellow is zigzags. Orange is triangles, and white we already knew. It's the dots here. Putting it all together. By studying the core, rays, moats, and border of the sigil, you should now be able to unlock the meaning behind what had previously been an undecipherable enigma. Fen Aries, the Grand Realm. Transportation, road carriage. Weather, foggy. Society, militaristic. Banner, red. I just realized this has all been one run. Okay. So, gonna need to keep this one in mind because I already have this symbol visible, so I can make that one again and make that one down below. Hmm. Okay, so let's just quickly click through this. Get all those pages queued up for me. And let us begin reading through the history of Avindia. Forward. Avindia was once the name used to designate the realms of the the name used to designate the realms of the eastern waters, though the term is no longer employed in the halls of politics, nor commonly known to the average citizen. Its memory flickers in the hearts of those who hail from the lands that it once encompassed, and many of the elder generations, in hushed circles, still refer to themselves as Indians. Yet we must not let the flame of our history dwindle into the obscurity of whispered conversations, nor permit our leaders to enjoin us in the in leaders to enjoin us to abandon the name of our land. We must keep alive the embers of our past and preserve them for the generations yet to come. Agera. I think I have a... Nope, okay, magnifying glasses partially overlapping. This is going to be a bit hard to read. That is my bad for not having cat thought that. Okay, so, Agera. Most historians mark the beginning of the first era, when denoted as often denoted as Agera, by the ascension of the first king of Arindia, whose name, Oris, would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Oris was known before his coronation as a prominent merchant lord of considerable means and influence, whose sway in the region made him a formidable candidate for the unification. Made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the survivors and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sales receipts. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Oris had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Oris to the end of the 1st century. The black banners of Arindia could be seen fluttering in every helmet and hostelry along every thoroughfare, thoroughfare from Oris all the way to the western banks. A new kingdom was born. Castle of Arindia. Second era. It was the fourth king of Arindia who who split this vast domain in three equal shares, three realms for his three children. To the eldest he granted the fields and the mountains of his great grandfather. To the middle province and hardship and heartspring of the kingdom. Oh wait, to the eldest he granted the middle. To the eldest he granted the fields and mountains of his great grandfather, the middle province and heartspring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift and called his new realm Orinda Aries. After the angelic paragon of royalty, Orinda, to the youngest he bestowed upon him the realm of Arch Aries, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse which at the time was not as developed but a good deal more vast than the eldest brother's lot. And to his middle child, his only daughter, he gifted her the southern region of Iraja, the mystical realm of the ancestors, a land steeped in tradition, magic, and the poetry of the old tongue. Third era. As the second era drew to a close, the three sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distant regions, ruled by their representative by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their lands and developing a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite those differences, the sibling monarchs managed to maintain friendly relations throughout their lives and were known for their cooperation in matters of trade and transportation. The succeeding generations of their heirs continued that tradition, and the third era was defined by by the construction of a vast network of railways that spanned the length and breadth of the land, linking the northern mountains to the southern shores of Araja. This development facilitated travel and commerce between the three realms, further strengthening their bond and laying the foundation for the promise of a prosperous and bright future. A promise that would, unfortunately, as my readers will soon find, not be kept. As the kingdom of Rinda Aries entered the fourth era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King King Desilet III was the king who listened to the voices of all his subjects, from the most influential advisors to the humblest of citizens. He was a king who often was seen among the people, eating, drinking, and conversing. A sight that shocked not only the gentry and the court, but the masses as well, who could scarce believe that they, as peasantry, would ever sup with the crown. Desolate was renowned as the king of the people, and it was therefore a surprise to no one when he made the decision to move the capital from the secluded mountains of Reddington to the public stage of Oris. Leaving a castle and court behind, the people were overjoyed by this choice, and the city welcomed their king with open arms and great fanfare. Yet not all were swayed so easily. There were those who viewed the king's conduct as conducted to be unbecoming of his station, and were wary of how readily he could be persuaded by the tears and tales of the common folk. These dissenting voices planted the seeds of discontent, which took root in the lawns and gardens of the nobles of Fen, or as I have been instructed to say, the grand city of Fen. Era of Ruin. After the passing of King Desolate's third, the fourth era came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died naturally in his old age and surrounded by his people in Oris, far away from the growing unrest among the western city of Fen. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the self-proclaimed Prince Leeson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a surprising number of supporters, due to the fact that Desolate's fort shared his father's good name but little of his virtues. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent echoed throughout the city's streets, stained in red. The brutality of the pacification of Fen did not go unnoticed by neighbors. As sympathy for the city surged, allies came forward to lend support among them, as the general of the northern regiment, who were sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined forces with Prince Leeson to form a formidable army. Together they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade a nearby Rome the nearby realms of Arch-Ares and Nuance to join their cause. However, even with this tide turning in their favor, victory did not come easy. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 long years, and saw buried one of every 3 men. Prince Leeson himself added another number to the casualties. However, even in death, he had won. Oris had fallen, and with it the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place red banners were hoisted in honor of the fallen of Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family fled in fear of their lives to the south, forever exiled. The current era. Today, the realms inherited by the 3 Fen Ares, Arch Ares, and Iraja once again stand united as allies, though the distance between our peoples has grown. Our connection to the land remains as strong as ever. The spruce and birch that span across our realms serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past. And as these trees continue to grow, so do our hopes for a common future. A future where we are not defined by the colors of the banners we raise, but by that which connects us. A land we each call home. For this is, despite everything else, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land that sprung forth the greatest empire the world has ever seen. The land of our fathers and our mothers and of our children. This land, after all that has happened, still of India. This land is, after all that has happened, still of India. Oh boy, we're approaching the time that we will need to click back in. It's still another in-game. It's still another in-game hour, and well, it's almost an in-game hour until the time. So let's see, what other books have we got? So I'm just gonna quickly come into here and create a checklist to mark the ones I've actually read. Let's see, format. Nope. Insert. Task list. Okay. Let's go through this name by name. A new clue. A site. C. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I'm doing this because it's just so long to type some of these. C. V. Actually, wait. That wasn't the next one on the list. Control C. V. Next one up would be that. Then it's this one. Curse of the Black Bridge. Okay, so I have read both of these. I have read The Curse of Blackbridge. I've read this manual. I've read Drafting Strategy. I haven't actually read A New Clue yet. At least not off the top of my head. I have read those two. Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of A New Clue that I need the magnifying glass for. Let's let this grow a little bit. Ah. Doop 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 doop. Getting all of this. Flicking back through. There we go. Okay, let's actually make sure we read this time. Nope, I am wanting to grab this. Okay, this one has far less words on its pages, so I should be able to finish it in time. A new clue. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he didn't know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you. For you are looking for a new clue too. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles of the evidence present and precedent evident, and retracted his steps as it stretched on for miles. He had looked high and low in all the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. He looked and he looked under the beds, and in nooks. He questioned the maids. He questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him new clues were found only in books. So tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, and found that the diction of each word was sound. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. A man obsessed and cuckoo too, they would say as he would wander through. The best medicine is not yet evidence. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. And having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? Or is there perhaps something new, something overlooked, but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. Getting things back to normal and clicking back over to here. Hey, Sappy, welcome in. And don't worry, I know how enrapturing gacha games can be. We're just about to have a little secret revealed to us. Oh boy. You got here just in time. Bingo. Definite. Yep. That is new. The clock tower is great for secrets. Oh lord, hang on, wait. More stairs, why more stairs? Oh, great memos. Fun. Okay, true, true, false, true, false, true, true. Okay, let's figure this out. And this one's handwritten. So it could be true, it could be false. Okay, so the in ascending order. Okay, so each of these clocks should be set at a different time. Okay, that's easy. Let's get my notes up on the other screen. They are visible. Just a sec. I will do over here. Make the notes not visible on stream so that I can go through these. Up, 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 up. Okay, so each clock should be set to a different time. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. So, oh great, hour hand, minute hand. Okay. Okay, so 5 should be ending on the hour. Ignore that clue because it not all the numbers should be different numbers on this one. So this one's likely one of the hours. This clock's neighbor should be both neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. Let's just quickly go. Okay, minute hand moves in segments of 5. Hour, let's get you to that because that feels that's the only way there should be there can be a 7. And so this one also needs to have oh wait, hang back around you go. 7. I'm not changing that. Okay, so 5 of these clocks should be set to the hour. Set to a time ending on the hour. So there's 4 more on the hour go. This clock should not be set on the hour. Okay, so this is another one of the ones on the hour. So let's get the minute hand to where it should be. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, no, they need to be different times. Minute hand can the minute hand is 1 minute for each press. Okay. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain the numbers 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, so that takes off 1 o'clocks, 2 o'clocks, 3 o'clocks, and 4 o'clocks immediately. Okay, wait, that also means no half an hour. Okay, so you You are not allowed to have a 3 or a 4. Okay, so 50 there. You're set to zeros. Okay, there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, so everything is within. Oh, wait, hang on. That means also the hour can't be 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so anything between. I'm gonna use these two clocks as examples. Anything between 5:50 and. Ooh, wait a minute. Hang on. That means no 10 either. So anything between 5:50 and 9:50. Okay, and this one. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. Okay, so the same. Okay, so. Okay, and the clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Let's think. Okay, so both of these need to contain 7. So both could be set to 7 something. So let's just quickly get. Okay, 7:05, 6, 7, 8, 9, can't be 10. Can't be that. Okay, so 750 is on the table. Okay. Okay, so the starting time 5:50. That is the earliest we can have the times. Actually, wait, no. The earliest we can have the time set to. Just gonna quickly check over these. Nothing secret here. Nope. Oh, I hate. Okay, hate. Okay, so it can't be the at. Can be this. This. Okay. And now it can't be any of these. Start. Can be here, here, and here. Okay, so this is the earliest time it can be. If it's ascending order, that's the latest time it can be. Let's just quickly adjust this one. $9:59 is actually the latest it can be. Okay, so that is the latest that can be. 5 of these are on the hour, so leaving this one at. We ignore that red one. This one also has to be set on the hour. It also, which means this is the one that's actually 7 o'clock. Which means this one has 7 earlier in the number. So 5, it's likely 5's wrong button. 507 is the earliest I can at least get that to. You're 505. Okay, thinking. How many clocks are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is it with 8? That's so important. Okay, let's see. Let's get you back down to 5. Okay, 5 of the clocks are set on the hour. The clocks neighboring this one contain 7, which means this could be 6 something. None of them contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. This clock should be set to a time containing the same 3 numbers as another clock. Okay, so just gonna quickly create a note in... Have I got the clock tower already? Yes, I do. Okay, so clock tower puzzle. The numbers we have to work with are 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We can't do anything with the 10, 11, or 12 because they all contain 1, and 11 and 12 also contains a 2. We need... There are 8 clocks, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just creating a note off to the side. Okay, so the first time is likely going to be 5. I'd say 5:05 maybe. Which clock is it that's gonna be 7 o'clock? You. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th clock is going to be 7 o'clock. So that's our middle point as well. Because there's 3 to the left of it and 4 to the right, and it's a obvious one. Okay. Okay, so 7 verse oh, ads are starting in a bit. Number order form of another clock, which means that this can't be an on the hour one, because all the times it will have something in that final spot, which means... Okay, so okay, so 5 clocks are on the hour. Okay, I don't believe time pauses when I hit escape, so I'm just going to quickly head up and check that by having a clock visible. Actually, wait. Yeah, that does not look like... I'm gonna say time. Yeah, you move. Yeah, game doesn't pause. That's unfortunate. Fairly certain I'm on a time limit for this as well. Let's think. Let's keep thinking this through. Well, um, let's see. How are you doing, Sappy? By the way, that's good. Ah, you're back into Honkai Star Rail, I see. Nice. Hey. I started season 2 of the Magnus Archives yesterday. I'm 2 episodes in. Yes. Why is he so suspicious? Why? I understand why, but still, why? Why are the people he specifically is suspicious of? Welcome back, everyone! Okay, so. Yeah, I know why. And I know you aren't going to answer me because it is spoilers. And I don't want spoilers, but still, why? Anyways, figuring this out. Um, right now these two clocks are set to pretty much the same time. You don't require a 7. Oh, but you have to be before 507. To be fair, this could be anything 7. Oh, wait, no. Ooh. Wait a minute, hang on, no, you require 2 numbers to be the same at least. 557. Because then there's 2 5s. 2 numbers at least need... 2 numbers at least need to be the same. And since 5 is the earliest time, you're 7. And you can't exactly do 667. Mean to me, Sappy, mean to me. Anyways, okay, so I now have a lot more area of movement because you have to be between 505 and 557. Except this doesn't need to be 505. It can be 5 o'clock. That's the earliest time that can be. Okay, so that's... That's that. Each clock should be set to a different time. 5, 7. That gives us nothing for this one. Let's see. Okay. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain the numbers 1, 2, 3, or 4. You are the reverse of one of the others. 7:55. Let's see if 7:55 works out. Okay, 7:55. You know what? 9 o'clock. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Out. That's 4 hours. 4 times on the hour. This one is the reverse of one of the other ones. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. Nope. So you can't be an hour. You aren't an hour as well. You contain a 1 and a 3 right now. You need to be between 7 o'clock and 7:57, which means nope, I've just realized the mistake I've made, cause hey Hart, welcome in, and thanks for... I will do just that. I will have something to drink and I will stretch my legs. Everyone else should do the same as well. Just just had the last few mouthfuls of my drink, so next ad break I will be going and filling up my glass with some water. But let's go and mark those both as complete while I'll stay standing and stretching my legs while trying to figure out the times for these. Okay, you end on 9. How many hours are there? There's 5, 1, 2, 3. If we have 8, that's 4 and then 5. Okay, so what we need is an 8 o'clock somewhere here. You can be 8 o'clock, but that means you can't be 7:55. Which is the problem, because you have to be the reverse of a time. And you have to contain a 7. So, let's see. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. That is a lie. That you do not do that. Let's see. So starting at 5, 6, 7. You're not set to a time. You can't be set to 8. You'd have to be set to 8. You have to contain a 7 though. 5 o'clock. Can't be 5, 30. You could be 6. You can't be... Okay, so this is... If it's now 6... You can't contain a 7. Can't contain a 7 if it... Okay. Okay, deduction. Process of elimination. Okay, so... Let's think this through a bit more. Okay, so... We have 5... We have 5 on the hour times. We end at... It ends at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock it ends over here. 5 start. Let's see. That leaves needing to distribute, needing to figure out where 6 o'clock is, because 7 o'clock has to be here, because this one has to be set on the hour. And it also needs to contain a 7. So 5 has to be 7, the 5th clock has to be 7 o'clock. Which means 6 o'clock has to be one of these 3. Can't be you, because you also can't be on the hour. 5. I do think 6... I think... So, I'm just quickly writing in my notes. 6 o'clock candidate. Copying that and putting it 2 over as well on the 4th clock. The question is where to put 8. Can't be here. We can't put 8 o'clock there though. Unless you aren't on the hour. No. Okay, wait, hang on. Leave you as 6. Make you 5. You have to be 557. Because that's the only one that can double up its number. So 3 absolutely has to be 557. Which means that 7 has to be 755. Because that's the only number that gets reversed. Which means you can't be 6. Which means 6 is there. Before 557, let's get this back to 5 minutes. The problem is, where do we then put 8? Because if it's in... Okay, the clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Which means 8 o'clock doesn't fit into this. $5.55. Can't be $5.55. It has to be... You are causing so much pain. 557 there. 7, 6. Nope, hang on. The one way we can get 8 o'clock to be here is if we then set this to 8:55. Okay, thinking. Okay. You have to contain 7, so it's still 5:57 there. But we at least now. Wait a minute. No, he's the one. No. By doing that, I do this 8 5:58. See, okay, so this is correct, but something isn't right. Okay, so 5. We've got all the hours in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have all the on the hours. Five of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Fantastic, we've done that. None of them contain 1, 2, 3, or 4. You don't, and you don't. They're in ascending order because this is handwritten instead of typed, which means it can be true. In ascending order. 9. So going descending from here. 9, 8:55, 8, 7, 6, 5:57. Nope, I've realized where my mistake is. You can't be 5:58 if you're 5:57. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, cool. That's not ascending order. This is such... This being right here is such a pain. Because this one cannot have 3 different numbers. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. You cannot. And you have to have a 7, which means you have to be 7:57 unless... Nope. These 3 have to be in order. Thinking. Anyone have any other ideas to potentially be able to help? All the clocks have to have different times. All of them have to, and 5 of them have to be on the hour. This one here has to have at least two of the same number, which means it. But it also needs to contain a 7, so it can't be on the hour. Okay, they have, because this one here is handwritten, it means that red isn't a lie. Meaning, they have to be in ascending order. So 5, this one can't be 558, because this one has to be 557. But this one can't be below 8, because this is the only way to fit in all the hours. So, because this one here is also true, every 5 of the clocks have to end on the hour. They each need to be different. The 2 next to this have to contain a 7, which is why this can be 7 o'clock. And this one has to be 57 at the end, thus 557, which then means and this one has to be the reverse order of one of the other clocks, which means, and none of the times contain the digit 1, 2, 3, or 4. This red memo, the only one that is true, the clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. In ascending order, meaning this one's at 5 o'clock, this one's at 5:58. And this one's at 5 o'clock, this one's a time between 5 o'clock and 5:57. This one's 6, this one's 7, this one's 8. This one is a time after 8. Yeah. And this one is 9. Yeah, it's it. On its own, it's like, no, it's like, I'm not misunderstanding it. I've just realized that this is the one that I forgot to factor in when trying to designate this. Second and third clocks are wrong. I'm aware they're wrong. However, this red note says, set this clock to a time containing all the different numbers. Which means 2 of the numbers have to be the same. Hence, 5, 5. However, this one here is a modifier not to this clock, but to its neighbors, which is this one and this one. They each must contain a 7. So, it has to be 5:57. The rule of the second clock. This is the one that states that 5 of the clocks have to be on the hour. It's why I have to fit in an 8 o'clock here. Which means this has to be an 8 o'clock time. Which means otherwise there will be discrepancy of the ascension order. Yes, which is the problem. It's like, right now, from the logic that I've got, this one cannot be the time it is. But if if I use this, but any other time that I do in reverse order won't be after 8. That's where the problem comes in. Because this is the only... Because of the times here. 5 o'clock, easy, simple. But you can't reverse any of the other times besides these 2, because they're the only 2 that aren't on an hour besides this one. This one has to be 5:57, but this one needs to end in an 8. And it can't be 5:48 because we can't use the number 4. I just had a thought. Hang on. Thought had. I know what I've been missing. There. That's my problem. Accidentally went over. I have another sanctum key. You. Oh, wait, no, hang on. You, I'm going to correct so that I never make this mistake again. There. Ha! Anyways, back down we go. I need to get this out of here and to the sanctum. So, okay, I need to get into wait, no, not foundation. Garage. I don't think I need to do that again. That drawer doesn't. Once you get a sanctum key out of its location and use it, it's puzzles like that tend to stay done. You don't have to go back and do it again. It's not like the parlors or parlors. Yeah, I limited steps. I am being very careful. Hence why I went out the garage instead of heading to the foundation. I should have gone to the foundation. That would have put me straight down there. This is going to be very risky. I'm going to be so low on steps because of that mistake. Six steps left. Five. I'm not going to enter the sanctum. I'm just gonna get that ion lock. I'm just wanting to use the key so I don't have to get the clock tower again and then wait for that time again. 4 steps left. Because there is one other thing I want to try while I'm down here. You. Yep, open up this door. Not stepping in because there's one other thing I want to do. Because I have the power sledgehammer. Correct? Yes, I have the power hammer. I've got all the rooms that I can. I want to see, have I messed up on which of the two I made? Do I need the jackhammer? Nope, can't do anything with that. Wonderful. I really feel like I can clear out that mess somehow. I didn't need to turn it, and yeah, no, I'm just gonna call it a day so I can do another one before I have to end stream. But yeah, so much learned, so much. Garden excavation site because of how many times I dug. Oh my goodness, this was an insane one. Logging that. Exit. And continue. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, first things first. Coins, doors. Okay, you... Pretty decent spot to get hallway. Closet would also be good. I'm gonna get hallway though, just in case up here is immediately dead-ended again. Which, getting this here, ooh, I love having this from the start because it means that every single green room contributes to getting gems in here. Gonna do that again. There's currently nothing for me in there. You. And security room right off the bat as well as great. Okay. However, I am going to be heading out to see if we have the shrine today. Let's see. Do we get shrine? No, we don't. Hmm. I'm going with the schoolroom one. I don't think there's anything else I need from in here. So, doop. Let us see. Here we go. Which side to start on? I think I'm gonna go security room so that I can up the key card and so I can lower the key cards. Key card systems. I'm gonna have this lowered. And obviously change offline to unlocked. Back. Exit. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, drafting room. Ooh, drafting room right off the bat. New room added to the pool. Don't have the magnifying glass, so I can't even try to handle that. However, give me a room. Okay, each time you dig in a room, unlock all doors in that room. Ooh, vestibule. Whenever you enter vestibule, 3 of the doors in this room unlock, and the 4th one becomes locked. Which means it just keeps cycling. Each time you enter dormitory after drafting a drawing room, gain 10 steps. Ooh. Kennel is nice. However, I don't exactly do hover ones all that often. I'm gonna get this one because I've been getting dead-ended most of the time, which likely is because I've picked a number of rooms that just don't have doorways off of them, or only have one doorway off that is a corner. Okay, so for today, if we get the Great Hall, the middle 2 doors lead to the side doors, and there's stuff in the door immediately to the left and at the far right upon entry. First, I don't have any gems, so we're gonna replenish our gem supply. Okay, a box with a true statement contains the gems. This box does not contain the gems. Okay, 4 statements on boxes in this room are true. A box with one false statement contains the gems. Okay, 1, 2, 3. You will not solve this puzzle. That would it. Okay, a box with one false statement contains the gems. A box with a true statement contains the gems. This is the only false statement in this room. True. Unless by picking you, you made it true. I hate the ones that are like that. It's so painful. Anyways, let's go. Library is a good layout here. Even though we get a gem by going to the spare room, we can go here and get screenshots of this book. Ooh. Ooh. What? Hmm? What? What? What is this? Hmm. Okay, so I have been upgrading rooms already. I've utilized this. I've used in the chapel, and I think I still need to do the tomb again to light up the stuff. No, I've lit up the tombs ones. I've also lit up here the tunnel with the crates. Most green rooms can only be drafted along the edges of the house, and the secret garden is no exception. Okay, so if I'm wanting green rooms, I'm gonna need to get to the side of the house. I've got this screenshotted. This is the last page. Okay, excellent. Key. Let's see. What options do I get here? Chamber of Mirrors. I'm going with you. I want to figure this out. You first. Open opposing me. Backtrack. Let's see. Let's see how far up we can get on this side. Wait, hang on. Oh, I got the mirror. I got Chamber of Mirrors. I now get to do take 2. Let's see. Can I redeem myself? This box has gems. False statements have lesser than 6 words. That's not true. A statement with an odd number of words is always true. This gems are in a box with the most words, which would be you. Yep, not redeeming myself. That was just... I had no way of it. My brain was not is not ready for those right now. Honestly, one of these two is actually fairly good. This one gets me items. Oh, you're apparently a rare item, are you? Great. Wait, hang on. Deposit box is different from a vault key. Nope, it is a vault key. Never mind. It says vault key above it. That's me reading into that too much. Classroom, library again. Honestly, this is the better of the two anyways. And finally I can afford a classroom. Okay, books and procedures. Okay, the next one I'm wanting is that one. That would be... I'm gonna go get the corner first. You. I have only one hallway. I'm not getting bunk room unless I have a second. You. Bingo. I'm not going back to security. I'm going to try and... Oh boy, yep, this is good. Classroom. Classroom grade 1. Thanks for the apple. I've got all the information I can from here. You, get me another gem. I'm not leaving myself without gems now. Let's see. This one first. Pantry, it gets me coins and steps. And leaves hallway as an option for later. Let's see. Free to walk in here. Excellent. Bedroom. Okay. That is free to walk into. Just checking anything around here. Nope. However. Haha. Oh my goodness, that is a lengthy path. I will want more steps before I can do that. But it's open now. You. Chapel, I only want to be using you as a hallway right now. Because I smashed the pig. Nothing there at all. You. Ooh, you're the only one that continues things on anyway. More steps, please. That's there. Read all this. Wait a minute, hang on, I haven't got this. I forgot to... hang on. Classroom. I thought I took... just a sec. Okay, so classroom. I only have classroom 3 for some reason. However, I know I've gotten... my goodness, why? Foreign language, that's 2. General knowledge, no. Oh, classroom puzzles I have. Yep, okay, cool. I have the other 2 already. I just put them in the wrong thing. Okay, that's all properly noted down now. I get a redraw from here. However, workshop is actually quite good. Wait, hang... Oh, for every... Ooh, boy, that's actually... That's great to know. You. What do I get over here? Battery pack. Interesting. Okay, give me something that goes down. I have the keycard system locked, which means while I am blocking off a single door, that's the best. I can continue things from over here. Okay, nope, I don't go back that way. Here, cross. Okay. Here, go over here. There was one other thing. Oh yeah, if I go into the Chamber of Mirrors right now, I can potentially get something. Over here. Coins. I can push that button as well, which opens up that one, which is great, considering I'm about to be entering that way. I'm getting step starved. Oh boy. Yep. However, thankfully, this won't take as many steps as last time, because I'm not going all the way to the sanctums. I'm only getting to... Time isn't moving on that thing. Perhaps another time that's it. Will work with the clock tower. Who knows? However, we are heading in here. We don't need no keycard. Oh no. Oh wait, hang on, that's... Cool! Noted it won't crush you, and it just immediately puts you in it. Okay, so first things first, over here, more coins, pressing U and U, and that opens up all of that area of the house. U, which opens up there, which means I can get into that section over there. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes, delicious. Okay. Let's before I go and probably make a mistake with steps, but who cares? You open. Let's see what rooms I can get here. Dovecote. Okay. Rotate. You get another classroom on the table, because at the very least I can get this apple, which will allow me to see what's through here. Oh, if I had another gem, I could have... no. Yeah, no, I could have gotten this, because I have the power on there through the utility closet. But, however, pantry also gets steps. Hopefully it's not an apple today. It is an apple. However, coins. What do you provide? Another classroom, unfortunately. However, storeroom. I'm fine with not going further up right now. I've got a good layout for the mirror room. And that is something I've been wanting to solve for a while. Okay, so that's done. You. And that's another gem. Ooh, actually, you. Okay, and this class is geography, I think. Apple. Yes, this is geography. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Get the blank one, which is here. Anything hidden? Nope, no letters this time. Okay. You. Geography class. Anything else suspicious? Nope. Okay. Nope. If I'm being honest, I'm likely going to be re-rolling, hoping for something that gives steps. Another workshop. No. I haven't got gems. I haven't got walk-in closet, have I? No. Can't afford that. Get me something that does steps. Nope. Okay, steps. This is not going good. Actually, 2 bedrooms. I have only 1 hallway, but I don't need keys. Why did this not give steps? It is bedroom. Okay, so we are heading back down. Okay. Heading back out the long way. Do, 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 do. Will I be able to make it? So, to get to that mirror room, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. I have the steps. And yes, it is this way immediately. Up. Over. Up. Then go this way. Free to enter. Now I have access to... What? No. Okay, wait, so I can go around to here. How am I supposed to get up there then? Wait a minute. I just need to be able to get into that room. Ow! Okay, so the one door that I needed to get into, I have unfortunately locked myself out of. Okay, however, I have connected up both sides of the house now. Not that I can get any further. Okay, I've figured out more of this puzzle though, which is good. Okay, you know what? Actually, you. Let's get a screenshot of this. Let's see, make sure that that came out how I wanted it. Cool. I can use that as to kind of indicate which buttons lead to which doors. So, which of the sliders. Anyway, that is interesting. Wonder what the white lines coming off the top are. But yeah, that would be it. So science. Geography. Okay, let's actually try and let's have this up and try and determine, identify each realm on the map below. Okay, I hope this isn't a political statement. I believe that is because this one is red now. Okay, so 5 of the 7 are correct. But B minus, B minus. Okay, so both of those have 5 out of the 7. You have 4 out of the 7. Let's see. Kathleen. Heart, heart, arch, diamond. Arch, heart, that. Okay. It's gonna be process of figuring out which ones are correct across multiple and which ones are incorrect across multiple. But yep. Okay. Gonna be pausing for ads. I will be getting up to go and do a bio break, which means I need to get things ready. Okay. The classrooms are gonna be difficult. I just know it. Back. And just in time to get back with everything else. Okay, we have not got enough steps to even leave the house. So I'm gonna call it a day here, and we have half an hour to do another run. Likely we're glad we finally got to see classroom number 4. Prosaic campus. Classroom number 4 and library. Okay, cool. We now have all of that catalogued. Onto the last half an hour stream, which is entering. Oh boy. You. Perhaps I have to examine them with the magnifying glass. Um, let's see. Just good options all the way through again. Um, you. Keycard system, you. That's it. Let's actually leave it at medium. And just change it to unlocked. I haven't been seeing... Could be because I've been setting it to low, but... Keys and a gem. Okay. No? Maybe. Yeah, no, we're going for it. Please give me something that gives mail. Nope. However, I can raise our allowance. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, each time you eat an apple. I'm more likely to do that. That's a permanent buff. Now, before I forget again, let's go get an outer room. Pets. You. Open. Ooh. Ooh, do I go for... I'm going for Tomb. It's been a while since we've done Tomb, and it's one of the few black rooms we have. I have not done... Wait a minute. Upgrade this. Heck yes. Those might be bugged and supposed to be lit up. There's places to dig down here. No to those. Okay. Every time I drop the dead end, there will be coins added here. What the heck is with these candles? Nothing here. Just check. Ah, yes, there's down here. Yeah, mother. Oh, sweet. If we get her room, we can actually get the diary today. And that's in complete unknown language to us right now. That feels like a doorway every single time I see it. Let's just finish the loop. Okay, there we go. Let's head back up. Now, let's actually continue with things. Let's go this way first. Because one, gems, potentially. The blue box has at least one true statement. The white box has at least one true statement. If those are both true... The gems are in the blue box. The gems are in a box with the two statements. That is true. The gems are in the blue box. They can't all be true, which means you are false. Blue is the only one that is potentially true. The gems are in a box with two statements, which means it's one of these two. And if you're false, it means that the gems are over here. Bingo. Back. I got it. Okay, office is good. Yeah, office is good. We're not currently doing classrooms, so we don't exactly have the pressures. Oh wait, hang on, computer. Upgrade time. Spare green room again? Spare veranda. Spare terrace. You can upgrade the upgraded rooms? Ooh! Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. Green rooms do not cost gems. Or spread gems in each green room. And you don't cost anything anyways. Spare patio. Spread gems or... Ooh, veranda, terrace, or patio. I'm gonna go with the terrace, because I'd rather not have to be spending gems on rooms. You. Um... You. Chapel, because it gives two options instead of one. Nothing up on the front. Checking. Yep, nope, everything's fine. You. Closet actually would be good here because it's a dead end in a dead end corner anyways. Which gets me more another dice and a gem. Heck yes. Okay. That is good. I'm fine with losing money. Kitchen. West wing hallway. Better. Dining room, not a good spot for it. Let's do a reroll. What? Oh, that's a painting on the wall. Fun. Going with you because you're the only straights through. Not grabbing the compass, because that can be a real pain in the neck. You. You would have been great yesterday. Not a good orientation. Utility closet. I can keep going up. You. Everything else is fine. I'll come back for you later, if need be. You. Tempting, but no. Dining room is... because it gets me into the foundation without having to... Gets me this, which gets me steps already. Or at the next rank. That gets me more doorways. And actually, since I'm wanting her ladyship's chambers, use this. Workshop. Get both anyways. You. Always better. You. Open. No, I'm wanting something that will lead downwards. So let's go commissary. Shovel, because I've been seeing a lot of dig spots. Get me keys. You and get me a gem. You. Let's see. Oh, that sucks for getting her ladyships in that section, but that's fine. I can walk in and check to see if there's any dice in here. Nope. Oh, there is one. Yay, there's a reroll. Okay. You. I'm gonna reroll because I need something that goes straight up. Corridor always unlocked on the other end. I don't know if I've had any apples. Should have gotten the one that you're free. Free, you say? I like free. Okay, and I get more steps when I go back. You. Oh, the one classroom that's always guaranteed. Boudoir. I don't know if it's Christmas yet. Hang on. Day 46. Come over to my notes. All knowledge. What's the date? Okay, add 2 to what I already had. We are 3 days from Christmas. 3 days till Christmas. Fancy jewelry. Dice rerolls. And a gem. A gem. Thank you. Please. Give me something that goes down. Ooh, and I can get to more steps this way as well. But study. Oh, chess puzzle comes first. I can always do a room. Gem. I don't know your solution. I'll figure it out later. Did I go behind here? Yes, I did. Cool. Over here, get me a room that goes down. Please. Gymnasium's off. Nothing over there. I would like a railroad room, please. I would like a railroad room, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm not doing that yet. I want to read you. That's the antechamber. Great, I gotta get that blessing, get the antechamber out there. Great. That's gonna be fun. But hey, I got everything in there now. Sure, why not? Use a key. It might get me more. Gets me the security card and the gem. Let's head back and get the other door over here. Please get me a way in. No. How many mechanics rooms do I have? 1, 2, 3. I have at least 3 additional doors. This would make 4. You. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Open up that one. Of course it's the side I can't get in. I wish there was such thing as temporary room demolition. Oh, it's locked. As is that one. Great. Just peachy. Yeah, I don't have a blessing currently anyway, so. Wait, hang on. Dining room. I will pop into that first so I can get more steps. Or at least see what the dish is today. You. Okay, what do I need? Aquarium. We'll get that up to 30. That's fine. Over to here. I can also dig these now. Sweet, a key. That always appreciate a key. You. Oh, Dovecote is great. Okay, you are bad orientation, as are you. Both of these aren't great. Rotate so that this is better. Because it gets me a gem. And a trunk. I'm not using a key on it. I need a hammer for trunks from now on. Could go boiler room. This is it better though. Because indoor nursery is actually close by. And I have the shovel and a hammer now. Excellent. I will go back in there momentarily. I just gotta do a bit of digging. I have the... When did I pick up the salt shake? I got it from the commissary, that's why. I always forget when I get it from there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all dig spots done. Let's see if we can connect this up. Just go this way. In, out. Where have I got the utility closet placed? Not too far away, actually. At that rate, I just hit it on the way past to go turn on the lights in there. Let's see what up has in store. Nook, planetarium. I'm gonna do a reroll. Billiard room better, cause I'm needing keys. Let's see, anything over here? Nope. Okay, 11. Oh my goodness, I'm going over time. Okay, so 3 time math. Where's the mat? I know where the mat is now. I moved it. Ha ha ha. Classroom. Math. No. There we are. Okay, so. Okay, 3 times 5, so 15, minus 13, so 2. Okay, so 7 times 2, 14, minus 3, 11. Okay, so 5 times 4, 20, minus 5 is 15. Get me keys. Yes. Darkroom I can easily get stuff out of. Spread gems throughout the house. Apple, gem, and experiment. My allowance has been raised. Keys. You. Sweet. You. Okay, I have the shovel, I have the broken lever. If I get a battery, I can take these things back to the workshop and make a jackhammer. Honestly, something that can get me more steps is always better here. Let's see, chef salad for every green room in the house. Not getting that yet, because I'm actually going up the side of the house as we speak, so there could be more green rooms. I will get more coins. I'm sure of it. I also didn't do the spread coins throughout the house. Should have done that. You. This is really the only thing I can do. Let's do it. Add some more things to the pool anyways. I can't get those chests. I can get these though, which saves steps, which means... Okay, you, useless. You, helpful but expensive. I'm getting the reading now, because the den's... Okay, so... Redraw. Get me something better. Library. Library is always going to be in this then. Okay, so reroll. Get me something better. That's a better layout for the library at the very least. Death, Draxus. Dead End Contest. Mail-in sweepstakes. On January 20th, 1989, Taro Matais shocked the world of architecture by drafting 19 dead ends in one day. Can you beat his record? Draft 20 or more dead ends in a single day and you could win 200 gold and the trophy room of sweepstakes. And the trophy of sweepstakes. Ooh. Tasty. Okay. You. This way. Open. I have one more redraw. Drawing room. I remember what it... I didn't get it today. Dang it. Okay. I'd be going in blind. And I only have one key. It's not worth it. Okay, you and... Oh. Should have avoided touching that one. Something tells me this isn't gonna be pretty on the side of this door. Actually, no, it opens up one way, and honestly, that's fine. Dead ends anyway. Gonna go this one, because there's at least a dig spot in here. Of course it gives me a break. Okay, I am heading down to... I'm heading down to where? Where? I'm just needing to turn on the lights, but I'm also heading down to laboratory. I can get the room in den as I go through. Boo doo 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 doo. More gems, excellent. Okay. You. Get me mail. Order placed. 3 days from now, there will be a big order in this room. Already got that. Let's just continue. Why am I getting a little bit turned around? Okay, utility closet. Probably not getting aquarium. Let's just get the additional 20 steps. 21 steps. I forgot I keep forgetting I have the salt shaker. Okay, let's go back on power in the dark room. So we can at least see. Let's also spread coins throughout the estate. Run payroll. Payroll's already been run. Spread gold now. Exit. Is there gold on here? No. Haven't seen the metal detector for a while. Gold. There's probably a fair number of gems in here. Nothing over there. There's you as well. Anything additional? Nope. Yeah, it's up into labs. Okay. Ooh. Nice. But no. Hang on. No, but I don't have the deposit box key. You conference room, that gets me to go up, which is good. Not that anything's gonna be spread unless I spread something next. You. Redraw. Get me something with more. Nope. More. Oh wait, that's fine. Always fine. Bingo. Let's see what's in here. Just the key. Okay. Drawing room. No. Let's see what fun things we could get. Nope. Thought I could do master bedroom. +1 step for each room in your house. I haven't gotten this room before. Bingo. Okay, that's 41. You already know about this, but good to get things documented. Coin purse. Hello, you. There's something already in the typewriter. Okay, Simon, I never intended to finish writing this letter, but by now you must know know that he has a sense of humor. Hmm? Hmm? A sense of humor, I hear? And this is the explanation of all these puzzle boxes, which I've already been doing. Okay, so what I need to do is that. So easy. Increase the allowance by 2 as well. What else? Hello, you. Think, if I'm not mistaken. Dang it, I wish I had the magnifying glass. I can't read that. Okay. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne, who had a red crown made of rubies, and a red castle made of stone. No. This is the Please tell me I have the right one. Yep, no, it's the same one. You. Okay, let's do a bit of exploring before we call it a day in here. Actually, wait, hang on. Our mum's diary. Where is those screenshots? Oh, nope, nope. Here it is. Okay. Master bedroom. Okay. Let's see. My dear diary, I had to confess that I was initially hesitant to spend the night in the Baron's room. It's extravagantly showy, with every surface adorned with gold and every piece of furniture so large it seems almost comical. But as I lay down on the enormous bed, I was surprised to find that I felt entirely at ease. Aaron, the absurdly, Aaron, the absurdly oversized pillow, even the absurdly oversized pillows were somehow comfortable, propping me up just right so that I couldn't feel any strain on my neck or back. I slept more soundly than I have in weeks, and I woke up feeling genuinely rested for the first time in what felt like forever. Clara. Master bedroom, sleep duration 8 whole hours, quality best in months. Observable effects. I awoke feeling very refreshed with more energy and more steps than usual. This is why we're going to be calling it a night here. And calling it a day here. So that next one, we have a whole lot more steps. I wish I could read these. But all I get is this. Okay, I already knew about the elevator and the foundation. Cause I got the foundation so early on. Unclear if this is a security feature or a flaw. Please advise. This means that the controls can only be accessed by another room adjacent to the foundation. Okay, let's do a little bit more snooping around. Actually, wait. Hang on. Checklist. Notes. Let's see. Locations of chess pieces. They're all getting tagged in here anyways. Let's add a task list. Okay, so king, queen, knight. No, wait. It would be king, queen, bishop, knight, rook, pawn. Okay, so bishop. We have the chapel, so we have a bishop. King. We have the office, so we have a king. We have her ladyship's no, yeah, we have her ladyship's chambers, which means we have a queen. Knight. Where are the knights? We have security room, so we have knights. Wait, hang on. Ooh, rook. Rooks. Vault, nook, and clock tower. We haven't got clock tower or vault. However, I believe we have the nook somewhere. Is the nook somewhere? Yes, nook. We have the rook in the nook, and pawn is pretty much all over the place. So just bedroom. Yeah, we have everything to do the chess puzzle. Good thing I have the steps to be able to get back here. This way over here. I love the fact that I completely forgot that I was that I was kind of going for the chess puzzle solution, and I've got it. Heck yes. Okay. What a great way to end off stream, even with extended. Wait, open. I mean closed. I like this elevator more because I'm allowed to move around in it. Love the view as well. We've been over there. Let us see. Not there. Not there. For a moment I thought that was one of those puzzle boxes. You. Okay, so. We have every single one. However, I need a screenshot of this to be able to know where to place them. So, you down I go. Select that screenshot. Scroll back up to the list. Open that in new window so I can drag. just so I can drag this into it. Bring that over here. Wait, hang on. No, I need undo. That should not go there. I need it dragged into general knowledge. Bring general knowledge over here. And now zoomed in and rescale it. Okay, so zoom out a little bit. There we go. I've got a zoomed in version that I can now see. Scroll back up to where I have all of them listed out. And here. Okay, so her ladyship's chambers are here. The office. Where did I put the office? Hang on. I have to study as well, which means I had both. So I was fine for the queen for the first time ever. Office. Office. Where did I put you? You're there. So king is right here. Bishop is here. Okay. Where? Nook, rook. Okay. 3 down. So here. 1, 2, 3. That is the reading nook. Knight. So security is right here. And and bedroom. Bedroom is just 2 down. It's easy to identify. And voila! Hello, chess puzzle. Okay. No, wait. Okay. Ambition of the pawn. When you reach rank 8 each day, you may choose knight, bishop, rook, or queen. Gain the power of that gain the power of that piece until the end of the day. No. That each of these have their own effect. Okay, what do? Each time you draft a room on the queen side, west wing, of your house, lose 5 steps, gain 2 keys. No, that will drain me of steps real quickly. Each day you may choose a color. Rooms of the chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. That is great. Not good to have a pawn there. Wait, hang on. This is the king. That's the queen. Yep, that was a momentary lapse in my own judgment. Each day you choose a color. This is great because it means I can go green heavy, blue heavy, all that sort of stuff. Mantle of the Night. Add the armory to your draft pool. Obviously never had armory before, so I have no recollection of what that does. Piety of the Bishop. You do not have to pay tithes. Chapel does not take money. Instead, gain 30 gold the first time you enter chapel each day with this power. That is basically to make up for smashing the pig. Resilience of the Rook. You may draw floor plans up to 4 times when drafting the 4 corner rooms of your house. Okay, so 4 rerolls in the corners. Okay. King is... Ooh. You give me a lot more options. A lot more ability to try out the others. However, I want to try colored ones. You have accepted the banner of the king. You may give up this power by returning to this chamber on any future day and unlocking the pieces again. Fantastic. Now we return back to the master bedroom. Do, 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 do. Back into the house with you. There is one thing that know I haven't unlocked yet, but I don't know how to unlock. Or more accurately, I there are a couple things that I don't remember how to unlock, but I know how to unlock them. Like, I don't remember the password for the Blackbridge Grotto. I remember the logic behind a bit of the logic behind it. I don't remember how to remind myself of the full logic. So, yeah, kind of stumped. Hello, you. Swords. Okay, calling it a day and ending stream half an hour, almost half an hour late. Yeah, overtime. My goodness. Yeah. Ooh, Garden Chateau. Okay, wait. Which was the new room that I just placed? Oh, Spare Terrace. That is likely it. Let's get a screenshot of here so I have its name as well. And yeah. Thank you for coming to stream and hanging out. I hope everyone has a great rest of their week. I need to go get dinner. And I need to relax a bit and unwire myself from the mindset this game gets me into. So I hope everyone has a great rest of the week. Everyone should get up, stretch their legs and all that. And I will see you all next week, which is going to be more of what's been going on lately with the streams. More emotes on Tuesday and more blueprints on Thursday.